All right. Hey guys, we're going to start the quiz. It's going to open in just a second, so if you have pizza, grab it quickly, and then we're going to open that up. The quiz is open. Okay, it should be live in literally 2 seconds now. Sorry about that. Okay, we're going to take about another minute on that quiz. Is there anyone who still needs time on the quiz? Anybody still need time? Raise your hand. Okay. All right, we're going to get started on open pitch now, guys. Line up. Line up on the left side, and we're going to get going.
All right, let's quiet down. We're ready to go. Welcome, everybody. If there's any guests in the room, we didn't go over the rules. Are there any guests in the room? I invited some Austin Startup Week people. Anybody here from Austin Startup Week? Or we just kicked them all out? One? Welcome. We have one. Oh, you're McCombs. You count. All right, you're here with us. All right. All right, well, I told them they could come up, but no big deal. Anyway, I guess it's just us, so normal rules. And let's go.
All right, hello guys. My name is Timur Podkovarov. I'm international freshman, and all of us was freshmen at some point, right? And I want you to think about your experience when you got to UT. Right after registrations, it was pretty easy to do with UT registration class, right? You can choose professors, easy time, backups, whatever. And now you got to the horrible part, choosing the organizations. So you go into Horn's link, where there's 1,000 organizations or something like that, and now you need to read through all of them. Oh man, like how much time is at stake? Like for me, it was so much. And like what's hard to do is differentiate all these orgs. And then, all right, you choose 10 clubs, right? And now you need to go through all their social medias, even to find the link to apply, or what's it doing? Like how to differentiate them, especially if it's just same clubs. For example, there's 2 CS clubs. So, and then like another problem, I got accepted to do 2 clubs, right? And then they was on the same day. And the problem is they never listed it on their website, like when they have a meetings. And then like, all right, now I need to drop one out, and I waste so much time, I took somebody else's spot, and like, why it's even happening? And then I realized that it's not even my problem only. I talk with my friends and a lot of people who I know, and I come up to realize that this is a really big problem. So I come up with a solution. There is a platform that I'm developing right now that's gonna match the student with his perfect organization. So you're gonna go as a student through the quiz. So let's say I want to do a web development, I'm really interested in React, and I'm ready to sacrifice 10 hours of my time, and I'm free on Thursday. Same thing goes with a club. So club goes through the same thing, we teach in React, we have a general meetings on Wednesdays, and we take in like approximately 10 hours. And then the match happening, and now you have a perfect organization. You don't need to waste so much time like researching. You can apply right there, and also now you won't have these problems. So guys, if you're interested to help me develop the tribe and help people find their own tribes, scan this QR code, get in touch, and we can make this happen.
Try one more time. One more time. All right, that's better. All right. So first of all, you obviously practiced, so you could tell good job for that, and you had a clear ask and a slide. You can't do a bunch of slides, but one slide, if you send it in advance, so we have time to set it all up and everything, is okay. So that's great. I love the call to action. I love that you started with a story. Like a lot of feedback you've heard, you did the kind of like you got the level 1 story, which is like, here's my problem. But like the level 2 story is like when it's like, okay, the second part's the story too, and you just stop the story. You're like, all right, so let me tell you about my solution. It lets you do this, and then you can do this, and then you can do this, and then you can do this. It's like that part would be a lot better as a story. And then the other thing I feel like you missed was, like, I get the problem, and I get why you think this is a better solution, but what you didn't get was like why this matters. And like at some level, like it has to be worth money to somebody, somehow. And I'm not sure I got that part across yet. So that might be the next thing you need to get across.
Yeah, hey, great job. I love you came up confident and, started into your pitch. The thing that I notice is I'd love to hear some validation beyond you. I think Josh, just referenced you got your personal story, but even something simple like, I talked to 50 people and 39 have the same problem, and maybe like setting the stage for why it's such a big problem. But great start.
Yeah. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Hi, welcome.
Everyone in this room is a full-time student or has a full-time job, right? Now picture this. Out of the blue, you're handed another full-time job. No choice, no preparation, no time off, and the pressure immense because someone's life is quite literally in your hands. Imagine the weight of that responsibility, feeling unsupported, unqualified, yet unable to walk away. But that's the reality of caregiving. My mom's decade-long experience as the primary caregiver for my grandma with schizophrenia has been an eye-opener. This responsibility has taken a huge toll on her physical and mental health. But this problem is way bigger than that. 53 million Americans are family caregivers with little to no guidance on how to give care for their loved ones every single day. But then research shows that if you make poor decisions or give out poor quality of care, the patient is twice more likely to be hospitalized. This is why we want to empower caregivers to make their own decisions using Cura. Cura is an AI-powered caregiving assistant that provides personalized treatment plans and care management, focusing on both caregiver and patient well-being. We provide flexible, actionable, easy-to-follow care strategies that can be implemented by caregivers, cutting the need for overbooked social workers and healthcare providers. Now, why is the time for this now? US is currently experiencing a huge social worker shortage, and caregivers rely on them for guidance. With them out of the picture, caregivers will have no support left to them. And we have validated this market demand through extensive research by interviewing 40 plus caregivers, 11 social workers, and 8 healthcare providers who have expressed a huge need for this in hospitals and clinics. We currently have 2 of the nation's leading caregiving researchers and 5 talented UT students who are working on building this product. Cura is redefining care for those who give it the most. Cura, caring for our caregivers.
Wow, I'm living you. I'm living you right now. I'm a caregiver to 2 parents. Absolutely great job. Clearly practiced, framed the problem, did your research. The only thing missing to me was I still don't quite understand what you do in terms of maybe like an example of the care plan or whatever it is that you develop. But I think you're spot on with the brand, the articulation of the problem set. You just need to refine how you talk about your solution. Great job.
Yeah, thanks for coming. That's my first time seeing you pitch that, and you did a great job. Again, clearly you practiced it and you were prepared. And I would kind of put that in the classic business plan pitch. Like you checked all the boxes, like you explained this and that, and like why this mattered, and what this opportunity was, and you kind of did all the things. And as much as that's what you're supposed to do, that also to me makes it kind of boring because it's what everybody's supposed to do, and it's hard to understand when it's textbook style like that. Kind of to Melly's point, I kind of get it. I could kind of explain generally what you do, but I don't really know what it is other than an AI assistant that somehow answers things or does things around your healthcare. And so for all those things, and you'll hear me say this probably again to other people because it's a really common thing to work on, and even when I'm working on a pitch and I know this, I still have to make myself work on it. It's really hard. But the more that you can turn it from a pitch and from a let me explain to you how it works to a story, I'm telling you a story, let me tell you the story of my mom and my grandmother and what she went through, and instead of saying it's really hard, it's really difficult on her, you just make that obvious from the story. You don't ever have to say it. You just describe how difficult it was for her, right? And then to Millie's point, then you're and then we downloaded this app, and then you describe using it, and that also conveys the power of it and why it's good and how fast it is or why it didn't need a doctor or whatever, but also gives you this idea how it works. So that might be your next thing to work on. Good, really good job.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kalechi, and about a week ago I had a test coming up in 2 days. And this is for a course where I basically didn't attend any of the lectures. So I was in a bit of a pickle. And because of that, me and my friends decided to host a sleepover at the PCL with a few energy drinks in hand. And we were basically gonna lock in for the next 48 hours. But I realized as I was studying that and I did the quick math in my head. I was as I was creating a study guide, it would take me about half of my time to actually build a study review guide before I could even actually study for the test in the first place. And I was like, okay, this is extremely inefficient. Certainly there's some AI tool that I can use that I can just feed it all of my lecture content, and then eventually get a nice little neat study guide so I can use to study. So I did some research and I couldn't find anything. I was like, okay, that's strange. And to be honest, I didn't really want to study for the exam at all, so I decided to carve out just, a little bit of time to actually build out a solution myself. And I was like, okay, I'm going to build out the solution, I'm going to build it out, it's going to be a Chrome extension, and I'm going to call it Study Buddy. Now I'm still building it, but with Study Buddy, I will be able to very easily, with just a few clicks, create a detailed and comprehensive study guide that I can use to study based on, lecture material from whatever I choose. And this is a big game changer for me, because what that means is I'll have to spend a significantly less amount of time actually studying for tests. And in this case, what would have taken me 24 hours will only take a few minutes. And now I'm sure I'm not the only person or the only student that might benefit from tool like this. So if you're interested, this product will be out in a week or two, and I'm very interested in having beta test users. So come reach out to me, and I can add you to the wait list, because ultimately I'm really interested in getting feedback from other students. And the way I see it really is, there's like GitHub Copilot, which is, like, for those that don't know, an AI tool for developers that makes building code extremely efficient. What I want to do is I want to build, an AI tool for students that makes doing schoolwork just as efficient, if not more. So once again, my name is Kalechi, and that was Study Buddy.
Hey, I love your idea. I feel like the value proposition of more efficient studying and those positive aspects of what you're building resonate with people. I don't think it does your pitch any added value to talk about how you never intended to study and how you missed class and all these things, right? Like the value prop stands on its own. You don't have to emphasize, sort of that piece. Ultimately, you want people who are both don't want to go to class, but also those who just want to optimize their studying experience. So just leave that out and hold steady to what you're doing, which is you're making studying more efficient, and what student doesn't want that?
Yeah. Great job. Practiced. Good story at the beginning. You said your name at the beginning and the end. So it's like, those are all really good things. You got a call to action, and hopefully next week you can come back and pitch again, and you can be like, here, come download it. Like a lot of these, it's just, the story is something that always evolves, and second level, like getting that story at the end is hard to do and makes it even better. So for your story, it might be, I'm sure it'd actually be different, but I'm just filling in some blanks, making some stuff up. If it was like, and so then I installed the Study Buddy Chrome extension, and all I had to do was upload the description of the test from the teacher and my course number, and a link to the book that was our study materials. And suddenly it gave me a guide for this test. And it was like 5 pages long, and it had sample questions, and it had this and it had that. And I was able to go through it, and blah, blah, blah. And then, who knows, maybe like I could then I found out that actually like someone else had made like, 5 other guides and for the same thing, and I could see their notes and share them or like whatever. But like you describe using it, and then that helps everybody get it better, and also like conveys the value more. So I think it sounds super cool. It seems like there've been other things out there that have been very successful along these lines, like the AI version of that next thing makes a lot of sense. Because I know there have been things for like sharing notes, from classes and things like that. It would seem like, at the same time, obviously they're going to be thinking about these things too, but it seems like this is like the next version of that, which sounds super cool.
I need the same thing for meeting prep.
There's more of those, yeah.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone.
It's not really loud.
Hello everyone. My name is Arya, and so today I'm going to be talking about Get in the Path. And just to let you all know, I pitched here before in the previous one of the previous batches for this class. So a lot of the idea that has changed over time through feedback. So yeah, I'll get started. Imagine a girl who grew up in a rural town. She dreams of becoming the next astronaut on Mars, but she can't. So she goes all the way 2 hours to the nearest child development center. And when she goes there, she sees people doing so much better than her, she doesn't even know if she'll be able to be as good as them. So she goes back home, takes her telescope, tapes it up, and throws it away. Her dream died that day. And let's make sure no more dreams die. Introducing Get in the Path. Get in the Path is a site for helping K through 6th grade students gain confidence in themselves. And it does this specifically through helping parents guide their kids through resources. So what resources are on this site? So for example, there are forums for parents to connect with one another. A lot of rural parents have questions. How do I get my kid to succeed? How do I help them be as good as some of the other people in cities? They have all these questions, and we want to make sure we connect them with one another. The next biggest one is pathways. And what do I mean by pathways? Basically, for example, if a student really likes to participate in science competitions, these pathways show them how to get to these science fair competitions. So it showcases all of the resources that they need, and it also provides them with a list of science fair competitions that they can attend. And then later on, if they really like science, it provides them with a list of science majors that they can pursue. So creating an overall life plan for these kids. And not just science, but in several other subject areas as well. So another thing we're hoping to add to the site is we're hoping to partner with other businesses that want to help kids succeed and put them as sponsors, kind of like in a way like newspapers have ads. This way you'll be helping kids directly. So that way that girl at the beginning of the story doesn't need to throw away her telescope. She can keep her telescope, she can get a notepad, write down all of her ideas, and she can become the next winner of the International Science Fair.
So I'm thinking about the feedback that I want to give you because I feel like you're still working on the story piece. Like for me, I don't know, Josh and I may differ a little bit on this, but storytelling has become so much a recipe for pitch. Everybody gets the feedback, tell a story, that sometimes the story feels a little forced. And I don't feel like you've landed on your story. I feel like you've landed on your concept, which is that people lose confidence and don't pursue STEM-based pathways and things like that. And did I get that right?
STEM and like rural students don't have access to materials.
So it's like the nugget of what you're developing, I really like. And I totally get the problem. The storytelling piece feels kind of not organic. And I think you could just really strengthen that. Maybe some data around the number of rural people, the trend of rural people in this sector is low, and that there's few resources for them. Like packaging up the telescope and putting it away, I don't know, it doesn't do a lot for me. But the notion that there's dreamers in rural America, X million dreamers in rural America who just don't have access to those pathways, and that you are providing a solution that helps bridge that gap, that gets me more excited. So bottom line, work on the story, but keep working on the idea. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see you back. Really appreciate you coming. That's what you got to do. You got to keep working on it and keep pitching it and keep iterating on it. I think you can skip the part at the beginning, like say your name, but you don't have to say like nobody else knows besides maybe me that you were here before. So you can and it just kind of distracts. So just jump right into the pitch. You don't have to say it, I'm going to jump into the pitch. And kind of like Melly said, on the story side, I also felt like the beginning was kind of forced. It's like, I know I need to have a story, so I'm filling in a story, but like there wasn't a super strong connection from the story to like directly, like, why does this prevent her from throwing away the telescope? It's kind of like she said, it's kind of forced, whereas other stories are a lot more direct and more that's important for them. So I think, just really finding the right story, and then in the same way, applying that to the end, rather than describing all the things the app's going to do, describing using the app, like the story of that kid, and so then the kid got access to this app, and this is what their experience was like using it.
Thank you so much.
Good job. And glad to see you registered for Startup Week. You can get that to them.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Cornell. I'm a UT student as well as a member of the Enactus organization, specifically the Scraps project. Now, one thing I notice at the start of every semester is wherever you walk, wherever you go, you are given so many free things. And for the first 4 weeks of school, every single student has the same wardrobe, the same shirts, the same hats, the same socks, maybe the same underwear, I wouldn't know. But one thing I also notice is that in the backs of buildings near the dumpsters, there are piles and piles of these shirts, of these clothes that are just thrown in the garbage next to where there's dirty food and making these worthless. There is no value left in them. Now, part of Scraps' goal is that we want to take these fabrics and we want to take these clothes and prevent them from being wasted. our plan is to take these fabrics and turn them into another product, something else that can be useful. That just because people don't want to wear them doesn't mean people don't want to turn them into a cushion to sit on or a dog toy. And our goal is to prevent the waste and overflow of these in landfills and turn these into a project that everyone can use, even if it's not the same purpose. And it's not just leftover fabrics from corporations, but also your old clothes. As everyone grows, we can take your old clothes and turn them into something that you can still use, even if it doesn't fit you anymore. Thank you.
Hey, I've heard kind of this, upcycle of clothes. I've heard pitches about this before, and it's clearly a need. What I think you've got in particular is the focus on university students and like free swag. Like there's a whole upcycling world for the fashion industry, but maybe fleshing that piece out a little bit. I can tell it's still an early concept, but that you're motivated to reduce the waste. Is this a problem on every campus? I don't know. So you could broaden the story about, how big this is. There's 400 universities and 2 million students in every major city, whatever those numbers are, that's X pounds of clothes, which would generate, just something to make it more substantive than, hey, we all walked down Speedway and got our free, freshman Longhorn shirt and left it in a dumpster. I don't know, didn't kind of strike me as compelling, but I can tell the idea itself has some legs. And, at this point, I would leave out and the rest of your clothes because we grow, and I'd just be like, we're gonna take free t-shirts and quit wasting them. And here's what that looks like, here's the size, the scale, what we're gonna do with it. And then when you do that right, then you graduate into using other clothes. But for now, just own that free swag, free university swag, I don't know, free conference swag. I don't know, start figuring out what to do with old lanyards. I have a pile of lanyards. What the hell do I do with old lanyard strings? So anyway, that's my riff for you.
Yeah, great job. I think you did. It was a great pitch. Obviously, you practiced. I really liked your story. It was really easy to relate to. It was I was just right there with you. Made sense. Oh yeah, I can I would have thrown in you can eat for free. It's all everyone's panning out free food all over the place, and I think this space is really interesting. We've invested in a couple companies in this space. There was a company that I loved, but unfortunately it didn't work out, but it wasn't it was a terrible idea or terrible founders, just lots of reasons why things don't work out, but it was called Good Fair, GOODFAIR, and FAIR. Super interesting company. They were doing upcycling of recycled clothes, kind of good, Goodwill type, clothes. And I love any business that takes something that is not valuable or worthless to someone else and then suddenly makes it valuable somehow. Yeah. And so if you can find a way to do that, to take these things that are being thrown away that are worthless and make them worth anything, that's really interesting. The Good Fair was based in Houston. I don't know if you know this, but apparently Houston is the number one used clothing capital of the world. All the clothing in the U.S. that's going to leave and go to Africa or other places goes there first in bulk and things like that. So it's this major hub for all this type of clothes. And like Melly said, I think you could probably model and say okay, there's probably data on what the school t-shirt swag market is. And you can probably actually figure out how many t-shirts get printed every year at universities and pretty much assume they're all trash. Right? They're all getting thrown away. And again, yeah, think about that. And last thing I'll just mention is I have a blog post. It's one of my, probably of all, I've written a number of them, and of all of them, it's one of the ones that's the most popular. And it's called Your $4 t-shirt is Costing You Millions. And it's basically why you shouldn't make crappy T-shirts that are uncomfortable and you don't want to wear, and that people are just going to throw away right away. But if you make them super soft and comfortable and don't make them obnoxious, then people will actually steal them from each other, and significant others will steal them to go work out in or sleep in, and suddenly your T-shirt's everywhere. Actually, I said that was the only one. But oh, sorry, sweetie. I've got one more story. Melly, remember for one of my last startup. It was a consumer product called Other Inbox, and I had a lot of T-shirt marketing. I had an Other Inbox T-shirt I wore every day, and there was this one South by Southwest where we just made a ton of T-shirts, and we were giving out all these T-shirts everywhere. And for like the next 3 years, there were homeless people walking around downtown wearing our Other Inbox shirts, like all over the place. And the people were like, "Oh yeah, I've seen your shirt." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." So yeah, we also experienced that with corporate swag. So I think it's bigger than just students. Cool. All right, is that it? All right, so for this part, Melly's gonna, I'm gonna give her a second. Melly's gonna think about who the winner is. She can announce it in just a minute if she knows, or we can give her a little bit more time. And then today's not too different, but a little different. We're now gonna have pitches from a number of student organizations. They're gonna get, I think, is it 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. So I think there's probably about a half a dozen of them to tell us about different student orgs on campus that you got. They're all entrepreneurial that you guys can all be plugging into. So really relevant, obviously, to all of us. And then I've got Melly here. We're going to talk. Melly's been my co-conspirator in so many things. We'll talk a little bit more, and it now is basically in charge of a lot of the entrepreneurship on campus, and working with Mark Arnold. Is that his name? Yeah, we've kind of got like the center of all UT entrepreneurship here to tell you more about what's going on and answer questions for you too. So Melly, do you want to do the $100 now? You ready? She says she's ready. All right, who is the winner?
I just want to say that I think everybody pitched really well. I love the theme, and having co-taught this class, I've seen a lot of these pitches, so they're looking good. Good stuff. I'm going to go with Cora. Where are you? Great job. You clearly prepared. You're really working on the idea. I think the fundamentals are there, and I'm hoping this $100 helps you go get some more data on what you're doing and flesh out your actual solution statement. So come and get it.
Awesome. Okay, so now we're going to have, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 student orgs pitch, and then I'll talk to Melly. And I think there's going to be time for like 1 or 2 questions for each student org from all of you if you have questions.
Yeah, so if you're going to pitch for this, if you could go ahead and start lining up on the side here just to make it go smoother, that would be great. But first we have Colin Ellis.
All right. No pressure like following you guys, right? Students talking to students, and when the old guy shows up, the attention span goes down. I do appreciate y'all being here, and my name's Colin Ellis. I'm the Assistant Director of the Harkey Institute for Entrepreneurial Studies. You guys in this class, you're taking a class that meets one of the requirements, the experiential practicum, for our entrepreneurship minors. So let me give you a little sense of what we do at the Harkey Institute. We focus on undergraduate entrepreneurs. We're interdisciplinary by design. Our DNA includes all students, all areas of study, as long as you're an undergrad at UT Austin. This is our team. That pending is going to get filled. This just proves that we're actually people, not an AI bot that you're talking to. If you send us, does it prove? Well, one of us is here, right? One of us is here. The rest of the folks, yeah, it's evidence, right? We want to position ourselves as the corner of Maine and Maine for entrepreneurship for undergrads at UT. We want you to feel comfortable coming to our space. We consider ourselves a one-stop shop for a number of areas. We have a curricular focus. We have co-curricular and extracurricular. I'll tell you a little bit about it, but bottom line, we're proud of the things that we do. We serve over 1,000 students every year. We've got 5 major programs that we're working on and maintaining in order to serve y'all. And because of your good work, we get to rep that we're the #2 undergraduate entrepreneurship university in the country, and it really gets expanded internationally. So it's because of y'all that the work that gets done shows up in those rankings. These are our big programs. Summer Entrepreneurship Academy is a shortened cohort version of the Entrepreneurship Minor. Entrepreneurship Minor is a 15-hour program that is designed to help you guys build the self-efficacy of yourselves, seeing yourselves as entrepreneurs, right? Build that power, the ability to stand up here and pitch, right? And let me tell you, I've spoken to, 1,000 groups, and I stand here, I can feel my palms getting sweaty as soon as I get the mic. I see these faces of people I respect. I see the students in front of me, and the anxiety builds, right? So all the practice that you get in here is useful. At the end of the day, when you're really standing in front of folks, you can make a big difference in your life. SCA, we love this because it's cohort-based. It's really quick, 2 months. You get 4 out of 5 classes done. The mentor program, y'all, this is something you could use right now. It's built to support undergraduate entrepreneurs. All you have to do is ask for an appointment. We've got about 35 different mentors, different areas of expertise that they can provide you at least 30 minutes for free, talking to each one of them. So you get a sense of it. I know I see some faces I recognize. I know you guys have, I think you've used the mentor platform, but the reality is, guys, use it. It's right, we're building it for y'all. Our living learning community, if you're not a freshman, you're not coming in next year as a freshman, doesn't necessarily apply to you, but do I have any LLC students in here? Our living learning community is a bunch of freshmen who are interested in entrepreneurship. They sign up before they actually get on campus to live together in Jester. And then, of course, we have our women in entrepreneurship specialization that we support along with the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute. I'm gonna leave that to Shauna. The fellowship is something you guys should think about, guys, because this is where we put our money where our mouth is. We really believe in students taking their business to another level every summer. And so we actually offer money for you guys to be able to take your business to another level. I encourage you guys to apply for it. The reality is that it's any stage business. You just have to be able to share a good business idea and follow the rules around the application. Last year we gave away about 25 grand to 11 different companies. So $3,000 kind of max, $1,500, but how many of you in your startup businesses would turn down $1,500? Right, none. So this is my ask. If y'all are interested, connect with us. We really want you guys to get involved in all of the opportunities across the campus. That's why we put ourselves as interdisciplinary in our DNA. We are supporting you guys as undergraduate entrepreneurs. And this is not a competition, guys, so anything that you hear from the team, the folks who will follow me, we can support that, and we want to support that in your endeavor through their organization and ours, right? This is the only way that it's gonna work in our distributed kind of network, is if we're all working together. So, Colin Ellis, Harkey Institute for Entrepreneurial Studies, we support you guys, undergraduate entrepreneurs at UT Austin, in a number of ways, and I look forward to serving you in the future.
Awesome.
Thanks, Joe. Questions?
Sir. What's the deadline to apply?
Which one?
For the next semester.
So you guys can get into the minor at any time. It's a rolling application, and we review them basically weekly. Right now, if you want to get into classes for next semester, I would do it like today, because there's a second step. When you apply, you're going to be admitted as long as you have good standing, good GPA standing, right? The challenge is that you've got to go back to your home college and get it attached to your degree plan. So that's a step I can't control. So if you want to get it done for registration November 4th, get that application done now. And we will process it. We're on top of it right now because we know you guys are doing it. Does that help? Cool. What other questions?
No? All right.
Thank you guys. So appreciate y'all. Yeah. I already got one. That's cool. I'm not,
Hi everyone, my name is Andrew Posey. I'm a 5th-year senior studying Science and Technology Management. They got rid of it as a major at UT, but I'm in the business school, so I'm doing a business and engineering. But today I'm speaking as the president of Texas Enactus. I've been a part of this organization for 3.5, 4 years now. And so what we do is we're a social entrepreneurship organization. And so having social causes and helping improve the world is the key asset that we use in trying to create businesses. And so with that, we're able to provide experience to students, because a lot of students coming out of high school don't really have experience in the entrepreneurship scene. They kind of want to get involved in startups, but they really don't know where to start. And especially if they have a background in social impact and they really want to help improve the world, we offer a space for them. And so James spoke about Scrapped, which is one of our projects already. And then we also have Cherish Yourself, which is a streetwear fashion brand advocating for sexual assault awareness. And then we have Navigo, which is a AI healthcare startup that just started this past year. And so we have that, and then with that, one of our really cool aspects is that we're part of an international network. Enactus was founded by Sam Walton, the founder of Walmart, and this is actually will be the 50th year. And so we have national and then international competition. So national competition, it was awesome. It was hosted in Austin this past year at the Rowling Hall. And so we were able to compete. We got 4th in the nation. The year before, we got 2nd in the nation. And with that, we were able to compete at international competition. And so we traveled to the Netherlands and were able to present our project Renewable, which was a rainwater filtration system that we set up in Nicaragua. And so we have that, and then with that international competition, we're also able to leverage our international network, and so we're able to meet and talk with students from all across the world. And so maybe a little under a month ago, I got to speak with some members at the University of Melbourne in Australia about their projects, how they set up their work, and getting to share some of those learnings that we had, but also the learnings that they had, and just get to meet a lot of people who are interested in entrepreneurship, but then also how that impacts with social causes. And so if you're interested in our org, we will have applications opening up in the spring. And my name's Andrew Posey. Our website is texasenactus.org. We got lucky with that name. And then also our Instagram is Texas Enactus. So reach out if you're interested, and thank you for letting me speak here. I really appreciate it.
Questions? Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name's Shauna Rewald. I'm the founder program coordinator over at the KS Welly. How many of you have heard of that before? Love to see it. So we're the Kendra Scott Women's Entrepreneurial Leadership Institute. Though women's in our name, we're actually open to all identities. Our mission is to strengthen the next generation of creative, courageous leaders who we believe will change the world in business and beyond. Our tagline is that we empower women to lead and encourage the world to follow. And our vision is really to create space and resources for creatives, leaders, and founders. We have 3 core pillars here at KS Welly. We want to empower students through entrepreneurial leadership to embark on a journey to discover their personal values, authentic leadership styles, build a community that's diverse, that's welcoming, and we want to equip students to challenge the barriers that women may face in order to grow the number of women-owned and women-led businesses. To date, since fall of 2021, we've been able to provide $120,000 in scholarships. 5,000 students have come through our doors. We've been able to support 131 founders and 101 founder startups. KS Welly is curricular and it's co-curricular, so what that means is that we have sponsored courses you can take. You just learned a little bit about the Women in Entrepreneurship specialization. If you take any one of these courses, you become eligible for the Women in Entrepreneurship specialization under the Entrepreneurship minor, and we're currently accepting applications for the Women in Entrepreneurship course. The founder program is what I oversee. It's really our cornerstone program within KS Welly. We support early stage founders. Each semester there's a new cohort, and we're open to all identities, open to all industries, and we are open to anyone who's a part of the UT Austin ecosystem. So that's kind of how we set ourselves apart on campus. We support undergrad students, grad students, staff, faculty, and alumni. Once you get accepted to the program, you get access to one-on-one mentorship, peer-to-peer mentorship, a community Slack channel, features, financial opportunities, speaking ops, networking, etc. Here's some of those listed here. Then we have a few other programs and events on the co-curricular side. So we invite community leaders or founders to come speak on panels or different speaking events to speak on a specific topic or lead a workshop. We have 2 community organizations that are kind of extensions of what we are doing at KS Welly. So our student board is one entry point that students use to kind of get involved with what we do. We have a general membership. And then we have alumni board for anyone who's graduated who wants to tap back into the resources that we provide or give back. We also have a huge content library. There's over 200 pieces of content. That's podcasts, articles, video content. Highly recommend if you are looking for more content. I know you guys are already consuming so much, but there's a ton out there.
Video library in there? Yeah, it is.
Oh, maybe.
Shopways Innovation.
Oh, okay. Oh.
He was giving great talks.
Oh, I love that.
It's actually under
And then we're on social media. We have a newsletter too. You can scan the QR code if you want to sign up for our newsletter, follow us on social. This is my email address if you want to connect directly. That's it. Any questions? Yeah.
So I think the application is open for next semester, or is that already closed?
Yeah, the applications are open for next semester for the Women in Entrepreneurship course. That is the one that is taught by Jan Ryan that Kendra Scott pops into sometimes. Yeah. Any other questions? We do have male founders. Just saying. All right.
Thanks so much for coming.
Thanks, y'all.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's it going? My name is Jonah Gleitman, and I'm here to talk to you about Genesis, UT's dedicated pre-seed venture fund. So I'm part of the student leadership team of Genesis. I actually just joined this semester, but I've been loving it so far. And basically the goal of Genesis is to deploy capital to UT founders, support founders in their ventures, and also give people the venture experience, both on the side of actually investing and on the side of trying to pitch to venture firms and get some capital from them. So far, across the 40 acres, we've funded 60 different companies, gotten 100 plus students involved, and also the companies that we've funded have gone on to go and get $20 million of follow-on funding afterwards. The official mission is that Genesis enables UT Austin student leaders to reach their greatest potential by providing them with mentorship, startup capital, and real-world investment experience. The way that I like to think about it is that when I first came to UT as a freshman, I didn't really know anything about startups or venture capital. And that's kind of crazy because Austin is it's a city that has a lot of innovation going on. It's kind of a startup hub and also a tech hub. And I think that startup culture should be pervasive at UT. And my personal mission in Genesis is to drive that culture and make everyone aware that they can be founders if they want to. So what we offer: funding. We offer non-dilutive funding. That means we don't take equity. And this is typically in the range between $5,000 and $25,000, but it can vary. We offer mentorship and founder support as well. So whether you're a portfolio company or not, you can come and have an office hours with us. We have a lot of people that can assist you, whether you have questions about your venture or want to talk about raising follow-on funding or anything like that. And we also provide real-world investment experience. That's what I'm getting out of Genesis as someone on the student leadership team. And also, founders get they get experience pitching to venture funds when they come and pitch to us. So we do deal flow. I think I've spoken to a lot of you in here to try to source some pitches for Genesis. And we do due diligence to figure out whether we want to invest or not, whether you're a good fit. And then we go ahead and invest if you are a good fit. And then we will give you support in your startup. We've funded companies like Gazelle Eco Solutions, Hitch, Cove, Sweetwater, and many more, all out of UT students. And we have a lot of networked. We have a robust mentor network that we like to tap into to support our startup companies, including Capital Factory. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah, applications are accepted on a rolling basis. You can always apply, and if you weren't a good fit the first time, you can also come reapply later. Yeah? There's no official window, but probably like not the very next day. Yeah, there would probably be a reason that you weren't a good fit the first time, and so then we would want to see that you made some changes or you pivoted. Thank you.
Hi, Hi guys, I'm Grace. I'm a board member and product lead for Texas Convergent. So I'm sure most of you have heard of the org, but just a quick overview. Our goal is to help students gain experience in product, tech design, and business through project-based learning. So we're really focused on the entrepreneurial, startup side of things. So we have two branches. One is build teams. And with build teams, you get put into a category. So we have IoT, fintech, edtech, all kinds of different categories, and then you'll be grouped with other students and spend the semester fleshing out your own idea, coming up with a new product and designing a pitch deck for it. And at the end of the semester, you'll pitch it at Demo Day, which is kind of an internal pitch competition for our org. So our judges are professors, entrepreneurs, and alumni, so it's also a really great networking opportunity. But then that's more geared towards people with entrepreneurial interests and students who are kind of unexperienced or inexperienced in those categories I mentioned. So if you're looking to build skills, build teams is a great fit. But then if you're looking for more of an internship type experience, Forge would be a really great fit for you. So we partner with Austin-based startups and nonprofits to kind of do some consulting work for them. So for example, freshman year, I built out an app for this nonprofit in Austin. They deliver meals to elderly, so we built an app, launched it nationally, and they use it internally to this day. So pretty big impact. And last year we built a desktop application for a startup that's really into remote work and making that easier for people. So lots of really good applicable experience to put on your resume. It is for more experienced students. So if you're looking for an internship, this is a really great way to do it through school. And aside from just all these professional opportunities, it's a really great social org. So we have over 300 members and even more alumni across all the big tech companies, big consulting, just all over the world. And we do a lot of events with them and mixers. So it's a really great way to meet new people across majors and companies and really grow your network. In regards of recruiting, so for recruiting, we're done for the fall, but we recruit every semester. So in the spring, we'll be opening up applications. Just go on Instagram. It's Texas Convergent, TX Convergent. We'll be posting updates. We have workshops, info sessions, coffee chats. So stay updated and make sure you guys apply next semester. Any questions? Okay, cool.
Thank you. All right. Taking us home to this last one? Yes. All right. Bring kids momentum.
Alrighty. Hello, folks. I'm Ronnie Weaver. I am one of the co-founders and the president of Texas Momentum. What we do is we connect student-founded startups with undergrad students that want to work with startups. We really recognize that there's a lot of organizations on campus and programs that help young entrepreneurs. We're number 2 in the country. But we really try and create a unique experience for students no matter where you are in your entrepreneurial journey. Whether you have a company that you are ready to grow and you need more hands to help you with, or you're someone that has a lot of interest but doesn't really have an idea where to go forward with it yet, or you're someone that is headstrong and working for an early stage startup once you graduate. I'll try to answer your questions before you ask it. If you are a founder, you have some company that you need more hands with, then the application's open after Thanksgiving. The review process, we select the final companies before next semester. Now, we don't select just on profitability. We care more about, can you create a fulfilling intern experience? We found that the founders and the ideas that we believe can create really a fun experience for those working for them, they're often the most successful companies. So we select for that. We try and maximize for your experience because you're working for free. I should add that the whole program is completely free. We do not take any equity in any of the startups. We never charge you dues. As an intern, the experience, in the first week and a half of the semester, we have recruiting events where you can come in and talk with any of our 8 companies and really get to know the founders. You can apply to them individually. They'll reach out to you, they'll interview you. It's much like a recruiting process for any big company. Then if you make the team, you'll be on that team for the whole semester. How you operate is very much up to the founder. You're on the ground running with the team. What you do can range from marketing to working full stack. Really, any school can work within Momentum towards a product. Some highlights. Last semester, one of our companies raised a 7-figure seed round once they got out of the program. We've also had a company that was pretty much acqui-hired by OpenAI with the technology that they developed within Momentum. Our program, we have weekly events. These are Thursdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Now, if you're not in the program as a founder or an intern, these are still open to you. We want to create an open environment that's open to everybody that's interested in entrepreneurship. Every week, we create 2 hours of uninterrupted time where you can work and meet other friends that are working towards their ideas, maybe future co-founders. We bring in experienced entrepreneurs to speak with us, but it's not like a speaker event like many other organizations. Instead, they individually consult us. They hop around between different teams, different individuals, really get to know you and provide their insight. The applications for an intern open in the first week and a half of next semester. For a founder, they open after Thanksgiving. You are welcome to come to any Thursday, 6 to 8 p.m., Robert Rowling Hall. Look us up on LinkedIn, Texas Momentum everywhere, Google, Instagram. Thank you very much. Questions? Did I cover it all?
Thank you. All right, thank you. Great. Awesome. Well, great. Thank you guys for everyone that came to present today, both the students who pitched at the beginning and also the student orgs. Fortunately, those aren't even all the student orgs. There are more of them on campus that couldn't be here today. But it's pretty impressive how far things have come and how many there are. And I loved hearing in the Genesis pitch about how they were saying, hey, we're coming here scouting for companies, right? That's what I'm doing. That's why I wanted the other groups to come here. I want to know any good companies that are participating in any of the other orgs because I want them to come take my class and I want them to be in the lab next semester. And the way almost all of these orgs work, it's not like you only do one of them. It's like the best companies you see at UT end up participating in many of the different programs, right, and working with many different groups. We all want to kind of like help and learn from each other. So really appreciate everybody coming today. Also want to mention we are looking for TAs for the class for next semester. We've got 2 great TAs now, but we always obviously we'll need new ones. That's another thing that if people know people at other student orgs that might be interested in this, and certainly people that have taken the class are a good fit too. To be a really good TA, probably the 2 most important things are being really organized and responsible. Like I can't have to know you're going to take care of your stuff and things and you're not going to drop the ball. The other big thing is being involved in other stuff on campus, being involved in other student orgs, because that's what's really that's what makes us have good connections into other things going on campus. So we're looking for more TAs. You can talk to our TAs about that as well. We'll talk more about what's coming up after that. Let's bring Melly up.
Hey, y'all.
How's everyone doing?
Can you guys come up to the front now? We just opened up 2 seats and there's like a whole bunch more seats and it's just like nicer for us if you guys are up here instead of like way in the back. Come on up to the front. It'll like make it better, I promise.
I
think
have
we put
more
out extra
$100
seats.
to hand out.
Yeah, nobody's moving. Come on up to the front. Yeah, it's much nicer. And we're like not staring across a bunch of empty chairs. We got 1 more hour. It's a little shorter than usual, but we are right on time. Thank you for coming up. All right, so it's really fun to be here with Melly. I've gotten to do 2 really great interviews today. Earlier, I had Brett Hurt here for Austin Startup Week, Tech Week, and he was downstairs, and we got to talk. Brett and I are both, long-term friends. He reminded me we've known each other since 2003. Melly and I also have been friends for so long, for both friends. She's another founder. We've been investors in things together. She helped me start Capital Factory. She helped me run this class. She's gone on now. She basically runs entrepreneurship at UT, and she's worn a whole bunch of other hats besides that too. She's a real estate investor. She was trained as a biologist. She's there's probably a bunch of other things I'm forgetting. Like, she does a lot of different things. But we're super lucky to have her here. I think, she asked me when she should come in, what time, and I said, well, you should come at the beginning because I think all the students want to pitch to you too, and the other student orgs. And I think that's the other thing that I love about having this day that we did today is making sure that all the student orgs are learning about and hearing about each other, right? And hopefully, as Melly is trying to keep making things better, she has a great perspective across all of that. So really glad to have her here today. And what I was really hoping to talk about was, in particular, one, of course, I want to get to just talk a little bit about you and your story. And then I'll talk about kind of the arc of what we've seen happen at UT Austin for the past, 20 years. Not to date ourselves, and possibly longer since you were in school, and what we have to get excited about, what's coming in the next few years. So, Melly, first can you just list out all the different careers that you've had? So you started out, you studied biology at UT, right?
Yeah, and I think I started a record label about then.
Okay. What else? Let's keep going. I don't want to get it wrong. I mean, somewhere along there you started one of the first web hosting companies. Or web design companies.
I was in college, biology major, working in a lab, realized that was not going to be a good fit for me. And so then I taught myself Unix system administration, ended up basically just doing IT support, and that was at the beginning of the commercialization of the internet, built a web development company. I think I graduated, and like 2 years later, that really started to pop. I ended up selling that to an Austin Ventures-backed company, which was my first experience with venture capital. We sold that to a publicly traded company. So by the time I was 27, I was a vice president of a publicly traded company.
And been part of 2 acquisitions.
Yep. And my 37-year-old brother dropped out of a heart attack. And I was not digging life on the road as a consultant. So I came back to Austin and ended up starting another company, which was a data security company called Symbiote. And we did we have a bunch of comp sci students in here, right? So we did hard to imagine, but there were no DDoS sort of visualization tools for sysadmins. And so we developed a visualization tool that helped you see DDoS attacks, which served really well in my next startup, which was Frontgate Tickets and Frontgate Solutions. And one of the biggest challenges of that company was big on sales, heavy demand, low inventory.
What are Frontgate Tickets? What are you selling tickets for? Just for all
pretty much every concert
right? Yeah.
venue, primary ticket company. So Austin City Limits Festival, Lollapalooza.
Melly had tickets to every show. Like, she actually printed the tickets.
Actually thinks that's why Josh and I are friends.
That might be how we met.
Anyway, yeah, so did that, and then, which is kind of a random road for a biologist. I always love talking to folks that are still undergrads because I call myself the accidental entrepreneur because I went into school as a STEM undergrad. I started in chemical engineering, moved to biology, and ended up doing nothing related to that. And then here I am all these years later back in academia and back in science. But yeah, there were some more deviations in there. Did a couple of health tech startups, one in orthopedic medical billing, an ambulatory surgical center management platform. So I worked in healthcare for a while. Trying to think what else. There's a bunch in there that didn't do well that just caused me pain and trauma to talk about, but we can get into those if it's valuable. But that's the gist of it.
So how late, I don't know, do you still consider yourself focused on healthcare at all, or no?
No.
Okay. That was Melly 6.0.
Yeah, that was.
We were on Melly 7.5.
I spent.
Because I still think of you that a little bit that way. Because Melly, at one point, also was part of the Dell Medical School. It was very involved in healthcare at UT. So what was the transition from that to, was that Texas Venture Labs?
The reality is I will always be involved in healthcare because I'm a biologist and a scientist by training, and I love science. And so there's a lot of that, and the intersection with computational science and computational biology is to me one of the most extraordinary growth opportunities. So I don't focus on it. I don't invest in that space anymore. I'm not at the medical school. I moved to the business school really to pursue my love of teaching and figure out how to have a broader impact than just healthcare. But once a biologist, always a biologist.
Awesome. Okay, so what is your role now? I just saw a press release. It was like in the past, say maybe 2 months, about a new appointment directly from the president, Jay Hartzell.
That's right. So it's called Texas Entrepreneurship. It's an emerging brand. You'll see more about it on campus as we roll it out. But President Hartzell really recognized that more and more students are coming into college with an entrepreneurial background. And so with his goal and his State of the University address, he said he wants 90% of students to feel like you have the skills, connections, and career path when you leave the university to go get what you want. So if what that is entrepreneurship, we need to do a heck of a better job connecting you. That's why I love seeing Texas Momentum connecting you to jobs and things like that. Because not everyone is a founder. Not everybody should be a founder, wants to be a founder. 50-ish%, 45 to 50% of GDP of our country is built on small to medium-sized businesses, not venture-backed startups. And we should be nurturing entrepreneurship through acquisition. We should be nurturing, of course, venture capital acquisition. We should be nurturing bootstrapping and all the growth that comes with that. So Texas entrepreneurship is it's particularly called that because it's not Texas startups, right? That implies a certain type of company. And so it's really meant to be an inclusive brand that is across all campus. It's agnostic to the college. It's about being the front porch, the front door for you all to come and connect and be able to connect to all these amazing resources. Because the second part of his announcement was that we're such a huge ecosystem. There's over 50 touch points, and you all know this better than anyone, to try to figure out, support. And so we're trying to build systems that, make it easier for you to find and connect. So as much as I'm here to talk, I'm here to learn, and you all are the students we ultimately want to serve. Harkey Institute was here. It's one of 6 institutes at McCombs. It's one of 9 major entrepreneurial initiatives centers on campus. So there's a lot of touch points, and they're all doing, this part, this part, this part, and we want you to come in and not have to figure that out and just get you connected to what you want.
So what was Texas entrepreneurship like when you were going to college?
That is that's a long question, Josh.
Was it anything? Was it Kosmetsky and ATI?
Entrepreneurship wasn't
MC Squared?
It wasn't you didn't say you were an entrepreneur. And it's funny that you bring that up because it's as important to talk about what Texas entrepreneurship isn't as what it is. So being a university entity that is a huge research vehicle, we bring in $1 billion+ a year through research funding, and you don't want for-profit commercial interests to ever intersect with research because the bias and the taint that it can create. And so Texas entrepreneurship is not part of the research world. That's Discovery to Impact, which is my peer, Mark Arnold. And you hear about Discovery to Impact, but that's things that are owned by the University of Texas because research money was used to create it.
That's kind of traditional university IP.
Yeah.
We invented something, and now we're going to commercialize it.
And
license
undergraduates
it to someone.
aren't exposed to that.
Yeah.
Some graduate students, if they're employed by the university, are in that bucket. But what you create is yours, free and clear. And so Discovery to Impact does not serve that. And so that's also part of what Texas entrepreneurship is. But, when I was in your shoes, I pitched an idea for a product to my supervising professor in the lab, and any revenue generated from that product would have cannibalized the research money coming in. They didn't like it. They told me to go pound sand. And so, entrepreneurship really in an academic environment is a relatively new concept. It's something that didn't exist until, you didn't have classes like this for many decades. But the cool thing is that it's here now. And we have lots of resources to bring to students, and students should be leaving with not just, projects that they've done, but actual hands-on skills that help you get the jobs that you want and create the jobs that you want.
Yeah, the way that this class was started was that back in around 2010, a student, Elvin Shira, wrote a blog post back when blog posts were kind of new and cool, and said, hey, why isn't UT entrepreneurship more like Stanford, where they have classes where they're launching all these companies? What's wrong? What UT should be just as good. And as I wasn't really part of the university at that time. That's how I got pulled in. But as I look back, and I'm sure there are things I didn't know about or don't remember, but I believe all I knew of at the time was ATI and maybe Texas Venture Labs, which had a different name, Venture Labs. And those are like really the two main orgs on campus. None of the student orgs that we heard about today were there. Like Melly said, entrepreneurship was not really a word everybody used. And there was no places for people to gather, no meetups or things of everyone getting together. And that was the request, was like, hey, we really need something. And that's what helped start this class. Yeah, it seems like things have really, really changed dramatically. Now there are so many different options and so many different orgs, and each college has different orgs, and there's different student orgs, and they overlap in good ways. Like they just, they're doing different things and taking different approaches and doing different experiments. But wow, it's really come a long way.
It's come a long way, and just at McCombs, I think there's over $40-50 million in endowment funds. But I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about University of Texas entrepreneurship structurally, because even though we've evolved, I graduated in the late '90s, and we've evolved quite a bit. What stayed the same is that necessity is the mother of all invention, and the companies that I started and that I see started out of the University of Texas then and in the 20-30 years since are all things that have been identified as either a pain point that needs to be solved or as a technological transformation that changes the way we think. And that's all about the skill of thinking and seeing opportunity, as much as it is the skill of learning to pitch, the skill of learning to put a pro forma together to convince an investor to give you money, right? Those skills are really operationalizing the fundamental opportunity that I see you all have, and that you won't have when you leave college because you have to work and pay the bills, is to really spend time developing that muscle of how to think, how to think entrepreneurially. And that's just more of a problem solving, the ability to try on different perspectives, think about things transformationally. So yeah, I mean, these orgs and everything are great, but they're only great if you have the idea or you know the person that had the idea and you're off and running. So 86% of people that want to start a company don't have an idea. That's a big problem to solve. How many of y'all want to start something but aren't exactly sure what it is yet? I'm going to go with
86%?
83%.
Yeah. So when you look back at your time at UT and just everything you've seen there, what do you think, for you, what are the most successful startups, businesses, technologies that have come out of UT Austin? What sticks out to you?
Yeah, success is always you got to define success in order to answer that question. Because success isn't always just financial success. So being a tier 1 research university, some of the things that have come out have just been super impactful. Like, I'm going to butcher it, but there's a patent that the University of Texas owns related to how concrete is made, and making concrete more stable, and batteries, John Goodenough's work in batteries. and the work we did that ultimately contributed to the COVID vaccine. So success as a function of impact at a global scale is one metric. Usually that comes with money, but maybe not necessarily the most money. And then you have companies like Aglia and biotech companies that have come out that have made boatloads of money. They're in the pharmaceutical space, in the life sciences space, that have made lots of money and have had impacts on certain parts of life. Then you have companies that have transformed technology from 4G to 5G. A lot of the AI tools that are coming out now. So I guess the answer, long-winded way of saying that, I think the answer would be different if I answered it based on impact versus money.
Okay, which one's made the most money?
Probably the coronavirus vaccine license.
Yeah? That made the most money for UT.
For the university.
Yeah. Is this like
for
tens of millions, hundreds of millions?
I don't
Scale?
know the answer to that question.
Okay.
And if I did, I'd have to kill you.
Can't tell you.
No, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, but that's like a thing, but it's not really like a startup. Okay, so when I think
Right.
like who are the most successful startup ever out of UT, like probably Dell.
Yeah,
Right? I kind of like that's always seemed to me to be like Michael Dell and now that's not
Dell,
like UT
for sure.
research, right? But it was started in the dorm room at UT and and he's he's very pro UT and and thinks of it that way. So like that's one path, right? Now I don't know many other Dells. Do you know any other Dells? I don't know that I can name any other big like students started in their dorm room startups at UT that are super successful.
Yeah.
And okay, so then what about on the university research side? Something that's been taken and commercialized and like turned into a company.
Yeah, those are the examples that I just gave. I'm
Well,
curious.
so like Spark
somebody's got
Cognition would be one that's out there
ChatGPT.
now.
I want you to Google the top 10 UT
Right?
startups.
See if we get any answers. Spark Cognition, I've never heard of that. That's like a bunch of
Yeah.
UT research that's a current company doing pretty well. Apptronic, a robotics
got?
company.
Ethernet was
that
Bob
Metcalf.
Metcalf, and that
He's
was
not-
MIT.
that wasn't here.
But he was at UT.
Yeah.
But we don't get the credit for that. That
Yeah,
came
that's
from MIT.
ChatGPT slip up. But yeah, honestly, like it's not like there's a million, and not most places can't say so. Stanford's kind of unique that way, right? There are. I'm sure there's ones I don't know about, but it's hard, And so most of the things that we've seen, they take some piece of really hard research that the university has spent a lot of money, like millions or tens of millions of dollars developing, and they take that and they turn it into a company. And biotech's been like one of the biggest places that happens, but it's other things that need lots of money. Robotics, wireless networking, right? These things. Now what's interesting is usually the people that take it and turn it into a company aren't the researchers. Like you'd all think they would be, because if you're an entrepreneur, because you're thinking like if I had that thing, I'd go turn it into a company. But the researchers don't want to run a company usually.
No, because they spent 20, 30 years of their life becoming a PhD,
Yeah.
building a lab, and
So
they have grant
Apptronic,
funds.
which hopefully you guys have heard of, but it's one of very successful robotics company here in Austin. Started with the NASA Valkyrie project, which was a NASA humanoid robot that they paid UT to build for them. That's like a NASA grant they gave to UT. So this was UT research, and and then effectively was licensed to go create this company. Now, within that company, one of the people working on it is the grad student who was working under the professor who left to go be part of the company. And he's one of the co-founders, along with another person who didn't know anything about robotics. Just came in, and who's the CEO now, but who just came in to help build the business. And he was like the lucky one. He's great and he's smart, but he was very lucky to find this cool technology and be able to come in and join as the co-founder and become the leader, right? And then the professor never joined the company. He's just an advisor, right? So one of the most obvious paths in a university for this is to go find some really cool research and then spin it out, take it out. And the other thing is, then you got to. Otherwise, you got to go form your own team, build your own company, go do your own thing. And lots of people have made other kinds of companies, and lots of successful companies that we've probably never heard of that probably maybe sold for tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars,
Yeah.
or
There's
were
lots
great
of
businesses, and we
tens
just
of
never,
millions.
we've never heard of them. But if you're really trying to create like something breakout, those are some of the different angles.
Yeah, Josh, what Josh is explaining is what on campus we call commercialization. So you'll hear that technology commercialization. There's actually a Master Science and Technology Commercialization program, which is a one-year master's program. I'm a grad. I used to run the program.
Yeah, it was great. Melly took the class, and then the next year she ran it.
Yeah.
Hope for all of you. You could all be teaching this class next year.
The concept there, though, is that you're connected to one of the best sources of ideas is university labs and university tech transfer systems, but then also federal labs in this extraordinary defense ecosystem that we have. There's a number of federal labs that develop technology, and they're free for use outside the military use. So, for example, the airbags that are deployed in cars now came from the Department of Defense initiative for, igniting something when it hits the ground. And so there's a lot of technology that if you have the aptitude as an engineer or a scientist, or really just the aptitude to think about something and think about the application of it to a different market and deploy the skills that you learn in entrepreneurship, market validation, finding a beachhead market, and you can go find that, then you license it. And the reason the guy that's the advisor that he's talking about doesn't leave and start the company is that they get royalties from the license agreement. So they get to keep their life as a researcher and a tenured professor and all those things and get royalty income from it. And you get to go run your company free and clear. And one of the benefits of doing that is that the university or the federal lab does the heavy lifting around protecting the intellectual property, which can be really expensive for a startup. So it's actually commercialization and working with tech transfer offices is actually a really effective way to go find an idea, particularly if you have a STEM kind of orientation, because a lot of those things are heavily research-based. And the big movement on most campuses is to make those disclosures. There's about 800, 900, maybe even 1,000 disclosures on UT campus every year. Magnify that times 40, 50, 60 universities, right? And so curating those down into the best and making them available to people like you is the current focus of a lot of university institutions. And that's what my colleague Mark Arnold is doing at UT. So, if that's something you're interested in, definitely, express that interest in, and there's programs that are starting to connect undergraduate students and grad students to those technologies.
All right. Well, hopefully you guys have some questions from Ellie, but you can ask her anything. You could ask her about her entrepreneurial journey, or about the time that she had that Austin City Limits Music Festival had a fire and she had to throw bags of cash into the truck to escape with all the ticket money.
I feel like we've talked about the least interesting stuff so far.
I know, right? Or starting Capital Factory, or in particular about UT entrepreneurship. So let's turn it over to you. What kind of questions do you have? Let's go first.
And I can answer any questions you have about Josh.
There we go, too.
All right.
Everett's bringing it over.
Hi, I'm a PhD student as well. I'm thinking about building some startup, connecting the industry and academia. But I'm having some questions about what are the barriers trying to create startups that surrounds academia and all these research industries.
Yeah, the question was, what are the barriers to some of these, which is a legitimate question. And I didn't want to sound offensive, but when Josh was talking about, well, what are the wins? Just to give you kind of a size and scope, we get $1 billion plus, $1.5 billion come in, research funding, generally $10 to $20 million in net new revenue off of licenses. There's more money that comes in, but they're from licenses that have really hit a winner. And so when you think about the return on that, it's fairly low. And so why? Why is it low, and why do MIT and Stanford and some of these other institutions do it well? I'm not going to say it's the only reason, but one of the barriers is the fact that it can be difficult to work with a public institution. And that is because as a state institution, as a taxpayer, you don't want the state of Texas to spend your tax dollars for private benefit. And so we always have to walk that line as a state institution, which can make commercialization more challenging than in a private institution. You can do whatever you need to do because you're not using taxpayer money. So that's probably one of the biggest barriers. It's also one of the biggest benefits, right? Because the one thing that public institutions do really well is compliance and big contracts and connections. And so it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. You get plugged into an ecosystem. The University of Texas has alumni and resources literally in every country, right? And they've got reach that when you take a university IP, they help connect you to. So being part of a big institution is a barrier. It's also, a benefit. It just depends on the moment and time. Other questions?
Okay, so you touched on, or I guess there's like the licensing or commercialization that like the research sector has. There's also like researchers that are probably interested in just doing research. So is there any is there a conflict at all between like those two endeavors, or like objectives/incentives? Do you find?
So is there a conflict between people who are researchers taking research dollars and commercialization interests? The answer is there can be, and that's one of the things big institutions do really well, is they navigate the conflict of interest process. And so, which is great. You want that because it keeps your company, your idea unencumbered from those sorts of things. And it's also part of what takes things a little bit longer in that world. But conflict of interest is, in business, it's just something that happens, and it's how you manage it. It's disclosing the conflict, putting a conflict management plan in place, and being transparent in the process, and then making sure that the funds flow is not, inappropriate. And then from there, it's fine. You just have to be transparent and open and honest about it, which I don't know about you all. I wish every corporation ran with a clear conflict of interest policy and process.
Yeah, sorry. I also had a second question. So yeah, you've mentioned, or I guess you mentioned that you've been through like a lot of entrepreneurial journeys or ventures, and I was wondering if you could basically distill all of the lessons that you've learned into like 5 bullet points. Like, what are the 5 top things that you've learned?
So his question is to take 35 years of my life and distill it into 5 bullet points. Melly GPT. Under promise and over deliver is probably my number one, and it's really hard to do. It sounds cheesy, but operating with integrity. My life will show you over time that you never know who's going to resurface in your life, from people you date to people you work with and for, to like, life is weird. It keeps coming back. And so if you operate with integrity and over time you build a reputation of integrity, then trust is built over time and doors open when people trust you. Every opportunity I've had. Be generous to others. Everyone needs a door opened for them at some point. So if someone opens a door for you, you continue to pay it forward. I think your generation is a little bit better about that than mine was. My generation was a little bit like, information is power and we didn't share and transparency wasn't such a thing. But, you know, I 100% believe great companies are built on growing revenue, not by saving money on paper clips and being, you know, stingy. And so kind of that abundance mentality, creating value for others. My last one would be, and I say this all the time, you never know where the magic happens. So it's a little bit tied into the first one, which is life brings things full circle. But, you know, magic happens in the craziest places. And being open to that, not assuming the outcome. I think, you know, especially when you're young and you still feel like you have something to prove, it's very easy to go into a room and, you know, you want to project confidence, you want to project that you know what you're talking about, right? There's a lot of pressure on you as a young person to look like more than you are. And really the power is in being vulnerable enough, having that insatiable curiosity, being willing to say, I don't know, but I'll figure it out, and then showing somebody that you figured it out is so much more powerful than pretending like you knew it when you didn't, right? And so keeping a mindset of you never know where the magic happens. It's okay to be exactly who you are, where you are in that moment, and it's all about how you follow through that builds the opportunities over time. So I don't know. I think I have 10. I gave you 5 of the 10. Yeah. What's on your minds? You know, we can talk about me all day long, but what's on your minds these days? What do you need help with in your endeavors? What do you wish you had more of? I'll call people out. This is class. Yeah, please.
Hello. I just want to know, at least for me in college, I'm a sophomore. This is a lot of my question throughout my freshman year and still right now, because it's pivoting time to choose what career you want to, what kind of person you want to be out of college. So for me, especially, I hope my peers share the same question. It's like, hey, what types of experiences fueled your decisions to make the pivoting points in your career? So for example, you went from chemical engineer to bio and from bio to entrepreneur, and I just want to know what kind of experiences influenced you to make those decisions, so at least me and peers can make similar, more experienced decisions with our careers.
Oh, that's such a great question, and I wish I had like this wise answer. If you Google, you'll see some articles about me. I do call myself the accidental entrepreneur, because the truth is I was not as directional as many of you were. My dad was an engineer, went to Colorado School of Mines. I thought I was supposed to be an engineer. I became a chemical engineer about halfway through fluid dynamics. I was like, what the actual hell am I doing here? I don't care about how viscous fluids flow through a damn pipe. So that, and it wasn't that I couldn't do it. You know, it wasn't that calculus and DiffyQ and those things were, I mean, they were hard classes, but like it just did not interest me. And
I couldn't do Calc 3.
You could not do calculus?
Calc 3.
Oh, Calc 3, yeah. So my answer to your question is to listen. I think the most important skill of an entrepreneur is to be a good listener. Because if you're good at listening to yourself and listening to others, you hear the voice of the market, you hear where the opportunities are, you hear where other people's pain, problems, need for behavioral changes, and that's what builds great companies. People don't change their behavior unless the pain of staying the same is less than the pain of the change. So you got to make changing less painful than staying the same to get somebody to change their behavior. And that's really hard to do. So listening is just a critical skill. It's also probably the most important relationship skill in interpersonal relationships. And if you do that well with yourself, you build the foundation to do it well with others. So I knew I was not interested. I knew I could build a career in chemical engineering. You know, I switched to biology. I actually couldn't figure out how to have a career in biology without getting a PhD, and I did not want to work in a lab, and I did not want to go to medical school. So my next accidental entrepreneur pivot was, holy hell, how am I going to pay my bills? So I started programming because it was a job. But I listened really well, and I saw opportunities in the market. And I'll add a sixth. You only ever have to be 2 steps ahead of your client, right? You don't have to have it all solved. You don't have to be an expert. You just have to be a little bit ahead of the people that you serve, and committed to always being ahead.
It's like when you're building something and like something has to happen like after the first year. You don't have to write that code until like the 9th month.
Right.
You know, like you got like time.
Hope that answered your question.
Great questions.
Hi, I just had a question for you. I might be quite naive when it comes to like startups and stuff, but there is something that I have gathered, just like through looking and researching and all, and that just as important as it is to like market your idea, it's pretty important to market yourself. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that and how you market yourself in addition to your idea to make, you know, yourself seem reputable with your company.
How to do that as a student.
Yeah. I am like the worst person to ask. My biggest weakness as an entrepreneur is I suck at telling stories. I'm very literal. I've come to realize that. So what my solution was is if it doesn't come to you organically, hire somebody to do it that's really good at doing it, because it pays for itself in spades. But Josh knows this. You know, there's a bunch of really cool stuff I've done that nobody knows about, because like I never issued a press release that we helped co-develop print at home ticketing. You know, like, so I am the worst person to ask. What I can tell you as a young person, as somebody who's hired hundreds of people in my, I don't know, I think I've fired many hundreds, so I've probably hired 1,000 plus, is it's not about marketing. It's about authentic representation of your strengths and emotional awareness of your strengths and weaknesses and how you interoperate with others. Every business is building a team, and so it's not just about you. So you can market yourself, and you do have to put yourself forward and have a good-looking resume and have those things, but if it's paper thin, good people are going to find it, and good people want to work with good people. So don't BS. You know, you've got to find that line of representing your strengths but not over-representing them, and demonstrating through examples how you solve problems, how you work with people, and having really practiced those and come up. If you don't have real-world stories for those, go make some, so that when I, as the interviewer, ask you the question, tell me a time that you've solved a really hard problem, you have a real answer, not like a made-up answer that you've lived. Because I think good leaders can feel the truth of you when you're interviewing with them or when you're considering them as a co-founder. So that's my advice. Less marketing, more high integrity representation.
You gave an example earlier of under-promising but over-delivering. What does that look like in like real life?
Good question.
Good question. And you know, it's easy for me to like spout that off at the front of the room. It's really hard to do. If you're in development, it's thinking through the details of the scope and not just saying yes because somebody says yes, right? It's like doing the thought work to actually know what it's going to take to deliver what's being asked of you. It's saying, give me some time to think about it. It's not saying yes if you know you can't do it, right? So if you practice it to an extreme in your mind, the reality is sometimes in entrepreneurship, especially with clients, you say, why, yes, we can. And then you go figure it out, right? So, but you gotta do the work to think it through, to know you can say, yes, I can do it, and then I'll get back to you on the specifics of how. So again, kind of back to that vulnerability and willingness to be real about what's in front of you. Tendency is to overpromise, and then you let people down. And if you do that too many times, they quit asking.
And that's just like a life thing. It applies to so many things. It certainly applies to kids, right? And relationships, spouses, right? And just setting yourself up for success, right? And like your instinct is to want to like look good at the beginning by promising a lot. But that actually makes it harder to look good at the end because you got to deliver on all that. Whereas if you just don't say quite as much at the beginning, it's like this patience. You look way better at the end, right? So what are examples of over-promising, under-promising, and over-delivering? Well, it would be like turning something in a day early. That's an easy one. I just applied for a program. I don't apply for many things these days, but I applied for, it's a Yale Emerging Managers Program for investors, for funds. Yale's a big investment fund. And the thing was due Monday night, and I submitted mine Sunday night. That's a little tiny step, but it was like letting them know, like, I'm not like doing it right at the last minute, like I'm like, I'm prepared, right? Another better example for me, there's a partner I have, and we agreed to with one of the funds, we manage a lot of different funds, and with one of the funds, I agreed to effectively to buy them out of the fund because they were at different points in life, and the funds take a long time to pay out, and so if you are, your priority is to get more of the money now, you'd probably rather find a way to like get maybe even to get less money, get it now rather than longer. And in doing that, I put together a plan to pay him back and agreed it would be like a certain percentage of the money that came back for the fund or other things like that. And we were able to make it an amount that I knew I could live with, but not every single time, but a bunch of the times when times were good, I was able to actually basically pay. I was supposed to pay a certain percentage of everything that came back, and I was basically able to double that and pay it back twice as fast. And that felt really good for me because I care about that person, and it's like someone I want to take good care of. And I had promised them I was going to pay them, and at the end, I was like, not only did I pay them back, but I paid them back twice as fast as I said I was going to, and I was really proud of that. And that made me feel really good, but that was over delivering, right? It was like, and setting expectations appropriately so that you can over deliver, right? And which is really important. And again, kids, that's a really important thing. Your kids are gonna ask, if you have kids ask you for things all the time, and you don't want to be disappointing them with relationships, spouses, other people. If my wife asks me if I can be at something, like, you better be there. Oh, my default answer is no. Right? I'm just like, oh, I really don't think so. And then especially if I'm like coming straight from something at work, I'm like, it's gonna be really tough. I don't be like, yeah, I can probably make it. I'm gonna be coming straight from work. I actually say, I'm probably not gonna be able to make it. I'm coming straight from work. And then I show up. Right? And she's like, oh, I didn't think you were gonna make it. I'm like, I know I was able to make it work. Right? But seriously, there's like a 20% chance I'm not going to make it. I'm going to get stuck. Things are going to take longer. I'm not going to make it there. And then I look bad, right? So, funny, my wife is calling me right now. And so instead, I say, usually, I'll be like, no, or like, I'll be like, when are you going to be there? And I'll be like, I just like throw an extra 30 minutes or an hour onto when I'm going to be there. And I'm there, I try to be there early, right? I don't know, what do you think, Melly?
I think we've made the point.
Giving away all my secrets.
I think we've made the point, All
right, what else we got? We have time for one or two more questions.
Let's go to somebody that has not gone yet before we double back. Anybody else?
Hey, yeah, I feel like
Something that for me as a college kid right now is it's not really fleshed out is how to actually like build something meaningful, something complex like that. So I really just wanted your advice on how you went about building and creating something like the innovation, medical innovation center that's kind of been at UT and kind of in that area, in that space in the past. Like what lessons you learned in creating and building something complex like that.
Ooh, lots of lessons.
Will you reframe that as just a bottom line question? Because I heard like 3 questions in there.
Yeah, just kind of what lessons have you learned from building something complex in the past?
That it's hard.
Yeah.
It's very hard to under promise and over deliver. It takes twice as long, costs 3 times as much. That's my rule. Like if a developer gives me a scope, I double it. I double the time and I triple the budget.
What about just kind of like lessons from being part of big organizations?
That was me being cheeky, but complex things take teams, and I think that's probably kind of full circle to everything we've talked about today. We're at a point in time where there are so many resources for entrepreneurship. There's GPTs coming out that can help you find beachhead markets. There's and do the legwork and even source things for you and can build your presentations. And, there's just a wealth of knowledge. You're like, how do I learn how to pitch? And there's a bunch of places you can go and a bunch of acceleration ecosystems. And so I'm at a point in my life where I'm saying, a lot of these things, you've got to do your work to find out what resonates with you. Sometimes it's sector or vertical industry specific or skill specific, but right now it's about developing who you want to be and how do you want to walk through the world. And my guidance for entrepreneurs is only work on things that you can be insatiably curious about. Like you got to be willing to turn over every single stone and be insatiably curious, because complex things usually have complex solutions, and there's not one solution. So you have to find the solution and then figure out the market that wants that solution. Because businesses don't fail because their idea is bad. Businesses fail because they can't find their target market and get to their target market and sell and generate revenue before they run out of money. And there's a bunch of things that I've been a part of that were really good products with really good people, but we weren't insatiably curious about understanding the market need. And so that to me is like my North Star. Yeah, that's how I would tackle a complex problem.
All right, one more question.
Hello. I've been wondering, as I approach graduation, I'm trying to figure out kind of where I want to go as I move forward. How would you approach kind of creating space for yourself to still explore and develop different skills that you might not have had the chance to develop up until a certain point, and still kind of still leave yourself the room to pivot on maybe not a moment's notice, but still leave leave space for yourself to pivot into maybe a different industry once you've
Yeah, it goes a little bit to the under promise, over deliver. Really quickly, I think generally really quickly if something's a good fit and if there's more to learn. And what matters with those transitions is not that you leave. I think people get really stuck on I should stay. What matters is how you handle the transition. And that is a negotiation with the person that you're working with, right? If you come to me as a manager and say, I came to learn X, Y, and Z, I'm interested in learning A, B, and C, is there opportunity for me, and I can't create that opportunity, then we come to that conclusion together and we can make an exit plan. Maybe it's 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks, or 4 weeks instead of 2 weeks, or maybe you leave when we find the new person. Whatever that looks like, that's a win-win. It's all about how you handle the leaving. And if you know it's not a good fit, move on, because life is short. Days are long and life is short. So yeah, and getting a lot of different experiences is really valuable. I think it was actually Brett Hurt, ironically, that I was listening to him once, and he said that entrepreneurship was a team sport, and you're building teams, you're working with people. Like, if you're not on a winning team and you can't add value to that team, get on with it. Yeah.
All right. Well, Melly, thank you so much for coming in today. I know, you have all of the whole university entrepreneurship to run. So thanks for taking the time to come into this one small part of it.
You bet.
We're trying to do our part to help, also connect things together. I have a little thank you for you. It's a Capital Factory bottle opener. It's like a serious Yeti weapon. So don't try to take it through security. And there's 3 versions of it. I got you, there's different names and words on this one. I got you the launch one.
The launch.
In honor of being this new source of launching things at UT Austin, and for being here from the beginning of the launch at Capital Factory. So thank you so
That's
much.
Awesome.
And then, let me real quickly, I'm just going to mention next week, we've got...
Before you do that,
yeah.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
We are putting together a student council to inform this new process. So any of you that are interested in serving Light Lift, it's coming together. Feel free to email me, melly.price@austin.utexas. You can find me on the UTexas directory.
Melly.price.
But I would love to see you all be voices and participants in building Texas entrepreneurship, because we want to serve you. So thank you.
Yeah. And again, we're looking for TAs for next semester. I'm looking for a chief of staff also, probably not a student role, but if you know anybody. Next week, I'm really excited. We're going to have Dino Mavroukas here. Dino is the founder of Saronic, one of the top companies in town, I think. We just invested from Capital Factory. They're building autonomous boats for the Navy. He's a former Navy SEAL. Really inspiring and really cool company. And Andreessen Horowitz just invested. Capital Factory just invested. I believe they're a unicorn worth more than $1 billion, just founded 2 years ago. So really a rocket ship, and excited to have him come. In particular, because he's a veteran, we've also reached out to all the other military and veteran groups on campus to invite them to come attend as well. So while always other students are welcome, if you know of any other military or veteran-related students or startups, we'd love to have them come in particular too. Please do, please do. That's next week. The following week, we'll have one more class talking about with a venture capitalist, and then we'll have our final $1,000 pitch off. And then last thing we're going to do is we take a selfie with the class to close things out. So everybody jump up in the middle. Everybody come on in and pull it in tight.
No, come on.
Come on in closer. I gotta get some back here. All right, I think we got almost everybody. Ready, Hucko? All right. Thanks, Melly.
Thank you. Thanks for having
Okay, wait. Yo, guys, before you leave, you haven't gotten attendance. I also want to make an announcement in terms of other things. I'm going to just hold on. Okay, there's the TA application form. If you want that, grab that really quickly. I will also post that on Canvas. Also, the lab application is now live. So if you have a startup or are interested in joining for next semester, we are already ready and looking at applications for that. So please fill out this form. That will also be posted on Canvas. Tell your friends about it if they have a startup that they're interested in applying for the lab, and we will start kicking off interviews in December for that. Awesome. Oh, and also take the pizzas that are over there. There's plenty of extra pizza. Thank you all. Grab attendance. Very important. Also, if you have questions about being a TA, just come up to Amber and I. We'll answer anything.
We literally came to pay for that Uber back home. Damn, I want I can't. Oh, the bike. God damn, that would have been hard. Just chilling. Hella nonchalant. She's not even there.
And just, because I'm sure there's research collaboration, like think about drug health information exchange, which
For different it's very hard actually.
If I could write off my heart, that's who I would talk to.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, and maybe talking to somebody like so like I'm research.
I think I'm going to use this.
I go to Discovery Impact. They're going to be more eager to help me than someone because I'm not. I'm sorry, I don't have more information for you on that.
It sounds like a violin is like, just do this.
So you pay us even like for products and stuff. You do market research, you contact the customer, interview and make sure that I think I would hear full price.
You've done market research
As like a business, not don't want to be negative, but if I'm not making, the more profits I make, the more business companies. So if I'm not making profits, stay right. Well, you want to do something by writing off those significant, and make sure you're eliminating any kind of bias from the interview process. But so you need to talk to a few hundred. Yeah, not just friends. You gotta go get challenge yourself to go find my friends. Hell no, this is a bad idea. And if you're still alive after that, then
wait, where's I don't know.
listen, correct, and that was my accolade. It is,
and I was like, okay, you missed two, but you got sick. I get it.
I don't know. My success in business has come from finding a win-win with the person that you're doing.
Also profits, it's the,
You know, you may be able to get $1 million for it, and it's only worth $750. All that means is they'll never do business with you again. And, you know, so
right, and that's what, and now
you don't want to hear about it.
Just have more
Add on. And we can get more, but you also need to find out what that is, and you have to work, and that's what you talk and understand and sell it based on value. You know, if somebody just wants to cheap a steal, they're going to get it.
So that's why you're allowed to
Other is investment in
these things.
Yeah.
But more than that,
No, you don't
so
say
I put a flyer out to some individuals. Jeremiah, I think this is like the easiest class to pass. Yeah, it might actually. Yeah, legitimately.
Forget the under promise, focus on over delivery.
Jeremiah, I talked to Joseph.
Because
Jeremiah,
what you don't want to do is say, oh yeah, I can do that for 10,000.
Sent it to Melanie, sent it to a few other orgs, hoping it was like for veterans first. So just hoping we get people. It seems good. The flyers out. It's an ecosystem. So if we can get a turn. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melanie. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good. I'm gonna hitch a ride with Josh, so.
Does that work for you, Josh?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. I'll email you. I wanted to get more info about what you're doing with the Texas entrepreneurs. Okay, just email me. Okay. Thank you.
Are any of those still full with pizza? Are any of them full with pizza or no? No. Okay. If they are, I can just take them up to 16. Yeah, this one. Okay.
empezó a sentir, quiero comer. Quiero comer. Sí, a veces yo no siento cuando ella se levanta. Cuando yo despierto ya no está esperando. Ay, y como yo trabajo en los Estados Unidos, cuando despierto ya a veces no está en la cama. Y cuando no la pues no le encuentra a uno, pues ya a veces afuera, hasta afuera. ¿Y haciendo qué? Pues nada, detrás de los gatos. Como lo quita. Y anda jugando a veces ella sola. Y yo le digo, no te salgas, porque si te sales te va a llevar el school. No, uno nunca sabe lo que se me lleva. Aunque pues allí no, pues, igual no. Ahí. Pero de igual forma. No, sí, yo sé. Pero ella no pasa, o sea, ella no llega hasta donde está el carro, sino que ella se queda en las escaleras de la braila, ahí se queda sentada. A veces me lleva los huevos a la cama. ¿Cuándo qué? Cuando tiene hambre. Me dice, quiero comer, quiero huevo. Me dice, mira, aquí está. si no hay Ryder, dice que quiere Sonic. Si no hay Sonic, quiere Spider-Man. Y yo le digo, ¿no quieres estar o no quieres una princesa? Y dice, no, mamá, eso es plástico.
Padang kasi marayi wala kayo. Bribal lampas ko, bribal wala, bribal. Wait, mama, wait. Wait. Ay dara wala storage. Wait, mama, wait. Mama, wait. Ay si batan namin ka 7 days kan pat nakpulong ng 7 dapat 15 na 9 na 7 na. 9 ka ba sa sala kung bata may tama pat 6 sa para. Yang mana yan sila na bayan sa mga gusto niya. puntata di Manuel che siamo para de las 6:40 también. Tapi kalau di 7:10 nanti melakukan kepada daw 50 buti minit mo mo siya. Wala so. Dito ko na pati na ko ba ang pagbabagoですよねpia. Na pasok na sa alaboy kay isa. Ay. Wala ba lang. Jadi seperti kayak itu sebenarnya. Wabi punya orang TV yang TV yang TV kan lagi tele cuma klik dan sambil apa. Bikin lagi orang tahu banyak kan. Nah basur kesian. Nah basur kesian. Lain lagi apa namanya? Ya kan rasa itu Ay de verdad. Ay eso no tan difícil sana. A ver qué lo que cae también es. Ya me lo manté y bandida nada por la tarde. Una base entera, computador, ser, acabar como pipi ser de cabida de tido. Mahaba na sa ating pagkakita. Tapi para ko yun, may mana system lang kapag oh, belum wala paha bilja ko bilmo dito. Makero ka ba daw? Masel pa ka sa imo. Ano ay pagmaras? Bakit ako wala na wala sa Ape buik kayo ini. Amin yang bagus, mana yang baik. Mana yang bahat sih soal bang tadi. Harus terus Mandani, mama, yang tadi nulis kan. Banyo, mama, naisa, suna banyo, mama, yang kitchen, TV, sala, kitchen, road, na reuni, hindi lang bahagis ka. Bapak siya propan numero ka bapak ni kan. Propan na zaman. Bapak seksi mo nila. Ale daw ka pa daw ka. Bakit may ikot na lampas sa kumakir na tumba? Ay daw gusto na kaya na hanapin mo pagkita ka na. Ulog na sa na. Kung napahatak ka ba sa kilala mo is hatak timurus piso ka ba ang siksa nita. Pili kan balila blik mahakan pili kung pega dito. Ang pili tilupia. Bahado ka rin dito mo. Bahado ka rin dito. Napis ko kibang narapleta kasi sa manual penis. Ako naman ka banyo ba? Banyo ba naman nakamanaysin ba? Banyo ba? Banyo ba? Banyo kalpun na sila at rinla. Dia tak salah yang warna terus na. Kung mga terus na Laura, amir TV sa iyo kina kapit ron pa siya, difference kita yung gaano na maglala. Ay sa siya. Okay. Kan namin daw na kumay to, may kapitada ko ya ba. At may babaman niya kabrisa. Bahal magkarete ka lang kawin. Kamu rasa sabi ka rin paciencia, Luis, dame una once, Mancinza. Nami ka di ba? Ako na bila kay siya, pitang karumay birat na, lutin mo na ba malakawin na. Tahe di kasi na mabrina. At nilsin tahe tapo na. Okay, teman baru selesai, bas kamera. Ay Maria para kanal mabrisa tayo dito. Mga kamera niya sobra siya lang. Ay. Ano ko na pasensi bisman sin sa tukla karman ka di mo alisma. Ah. Well, ba ako upla sa ba ako sa. Kawan sila kung yubog sa alma, abat namas santa mapatubikat na kacinta sa iba plus yang manila bimana sa ika sa mitin legal ke kosan. Ano nalakapad pa ni kan pat kawan sa. Kawan sa ko na. Dagdagan sa mapura baka istilo. Santa sa iyo. Tapos ko na temigay ni Rebli Kubera. Kan bakit kita balik tak boleh tenang nak mana itu meletak sana kau ti utara. Iya waktu oke. Iya. Lalu kita tuh sih terus apa itu? Iya, bagus. Yang mau rekam. Dia tunggu bawa baru. Kurang marah kan cara lupa.